Hello? Hello? Okay. Kleiner, are you able to hear me? I disconnected my thing back since. Sorry. Are you feeling any better? Honestly, I got a headache. I don't know why I got a headache today, but I have it. I want to get this done. That's first. I want to get this done. Sadly, I couldn't finish it yesterday because I got they lied and said it was something else and it wasn't that, so I have to do this all again. But yeah, I'm here. I have a headache. I don't know. I need more water or something. Still have the. It was your eyes that were bothering you yesterday? Lurking for now? Okay. Well, thank you for the lurk. Alright, I'm just gonna finish. So cool. How's it going? You got League working? Let's see. 5. That. My head hurts. League is working again? Nice. I appreciate the lurk. Play Recliner? Recliner's playing League of Legends? Oof. Unless you're playing something else. Playing something else? Was 2 of us? Cool. We'll have fun. Yeah, for a sec I thought you were playing League, Kleiner. Gonna put the CPU fan. How do I open this again? Oh. This till later, so I'm just gonna... Gonna be honest, I think this Serenity looks way better than yesterday's. Cooler. Like, just from first impressions, I feel like it looks better already. Did I implement the lol command? Shit. Honestly, Koopel, I completely forgot. I'll do it right now, actually, just so that I don't forget again. Can you tell me the sentence you wanted again? Yesterday I was thinking about how I had to buy a new part for this thing, and I chat commands, custom command, add new command. You stop playing, the command should be lol, and it should say someone is playing League. Gotcha. But do the he to a they so before they are lurking. Okay, I put it. It's lol all caps. All caps on the L. Okay, I'm gonna have to take out the email thing because it doesn't seem to work. Or maybe there is a way to get it to work, but I'm not sure. Might have to put like a... Okay. Alright, fixed it. I don't see the email. I don't know. I'm using it on I'm using Stream Elements, so there's a reason for that. What's up, Brad? How you doing? I'm doing nice. Maybe if dot after our email has a space bar. Let me try that. You're doing the do. Oh my god, you're doing the do. Let me see. Email. I don't think it's gonna show up, I'm gonna be honest, but I am gonna try. Okay, try again. I got COVID, then I got pink eye. Damn. Yeah, it doesn't show up. I'll look it up and see if there's a way to somehow make it work. You just got over COVID? Sheesh. How was that though? Too bad? Nice. You survived. I think I got COVID once also. A long time ago. No. Hey, your friendly got to rest. Even though you had COVID, you got to rest. I actually gamed, I know it's crazy. Ooh, what did you play? I'm playing some Marvel Rivals, which is pretty good, and Terraria. Yeah, I tried Marvel Rivals, it's not bad. A lot like Overwatch, obviously, but you know, if you like Overwatch, I think it's the better alternative out of those two, probably. Minecraft with my girlfriend? Nice. Never get tired of Minecraft. It's never bad. Especially when you start adding mods. Which, speaking about mods, that should happen again soon. I'm still waiting for the time limit of when the thing's gonna come out, but actually, I'm not streaming it. Never mind. I'm doing a, I'm doing a what's it called? Cobblemon server. It'll be announced on, you know, the crack server. Alright, easy installation. The only Or AM5. Yes, sir. Wait, why does it show up twice? Oh, is it in Spanish or something? Oh, it's in Chinese. Bro. This is the last part I have to do to put the motherboard together, and then it's just wiring from there, which... I also been watching some movies. I saw Sonic 3 last night. Don't worry. I heard good things about Sonic 3. I don't think I'm gonna go to the theaters to watch it, but I did hear some good things, and I'll watch it like as soon as it hits the streaming. Kind of curious. Never been like a huge fan of Sonic or anything, but you know the movies haven't been bad, so curious. Kind of went hard. Nice. I watched a review on it. People say it was really cool, so check it out.
Installation is fairly similar. However, it is quite different from the previous variants where you used to have to hook things over the standard installed plastic housings. So what we need to do for this cooler installation, for example, is to remove these two brackets. So unscrew those and take them off. Now, as I said, this may vary, but I think it's worth showing because it shows the difference between this and the previous variants. So take those brackets off and then use the included standoff screws that came with the Corsair cooler.
Included screws right here
into the back plate that's on the back of the motherboard, and then it's ready to take the cooler. Obviously, then in this case, we also need to remove the brackets from the pump head and install the AM5 ones. Now, things of note here is that it says AM4 on the bag where the parts come in, but actually it works with AM5 as well.
Oh yeah,
it's a different setup because there's no sort of hook to hold it in place. Now we've got a bracket that sits over those standoffs, so you pop this down onto there. Obviously the thermal paste is pre-applied on the pump head, sit that down over the standoffs and then screw it down. Obviously you'd actually do this.
Let's see here. Okay, let me take off these screws here. Ay, ay, ay. Definitely a very entertaining movie. Oh, I'm gonna watch it. Tell you what I think when the time comes. Bro, building for real? Oh yeah, I am. This is part 2. I was building yesterday also. What's up, Sumo? Missed the first part. No worries. I would have finished it, but one of the parts wasn't the right part, so I had to order it. Jillian, how you been? Good. Just a little stressed with all this parts being late, but I mean not late, just wrong. I had to replace the motherboard, I had to replace the CPU cooling already, so that's annoying, but I'm building this now, so whatever. Alright, so this would be pretty simple. I'm just gonna read the instructions to plastic brackets. I wish thee precision and calm hands, my friend. Thank you, Sumo. Thank you for alert. Wonderful day. Alright. So I believe these are the brackets I have to replace. Oh, so D and L doesn't really have it there. Let me see. Manual is always your best friend. Especially when it comes to this. D and L. So D and L is the screws 4mm. Kind of look the same. Shit. How do I know the difference? Different colors, but I don't know. Okay, so I don't think I need this, and I don't need this. So I'll put this. I am gonna need these. So this is for Intel, so no. And this other long one's for Intel also, so no. What I'm looking for is these AM4. Even though it's AM5, it's still, I guess, oh, facing upwards, okay. And L. There's on them. Squeeze it in. 171. Oh, here it is. AM4, AM5. They got it labeled. And the standoffs are there too. K. Okay, so I need the K standoffs. So I put the standoffs there, and then I put the thing there, and then I put the screws in. Got it. Then that picture there. Be facing inwards. I wonder if it matters. I don't think it will reach either way. It this way? No, doesn't. Okay, cool. Move AMD plastic bracket. Keep the back plate. Install it. Okay. Same thing with the other one. Way easier than the thing that it was asking me to do. Right. See. Okay. Okay. So it would go. A huge metal thing on this. Let me see if I can find anything. And though I know what I have to do next, I do want to see.
M4 socket. Remember, the back plate will come off and you'll have to hold it in, but I know most of you
you're using. This will often be silk screened on the motherboard. In our case, we can see socket 1700, but otherwise you will certainly find it in the manual or on the product page for your CPU. Then what we're going to do is we're going to open this up, ignore absolutely everything except.
Wait, that's what I have.
Ah, there it is. We missed it.
He's using the same one as me.
This is very important because pretty much every cooler installs a little bit differently and sometimes a little differently on every single socket. So we're going to want to find the specific instructions for Intel 1700. Now, obviously, your mileage may vary for this part depending on which cooler you bought, but the Thermalright Phantom Spirit 120 SE is a great choice at just about any budget. So
it's actually kind of gone.
Starting by grabbing the back plate and flipping over your motherboard. I don't generally like peeling these and actually sticking this thing down, but as you can see in a previous take, I already started, so I guess we're down this path now. So all I'm going to do is kind of stick it to my shirt a little bit to make sure that it's not too sticky. Now on older sockets, the orientation mattered, but on LGA 1700, it doesn't. So
wow,
we're
what
just
you
gonna
eat
pop
today?
these little posts through the holes in the motherboard. Stick that down.
What you eat today,
We
Klein?
should be good to go. Now we put all of our fun little blue spacers in place. Line up our little mounting bars. Now for one of the most controversial steps.
I'm actually eating
Applying
McDonald's
thermal
right now.
compound.
No way.
Here's how you do it. That's not how I would do it. That's how you do it. Look at the mess you made. Being serious though, that would have worked fine. You can't really put too much thermal compound on your CPU. All it does is make a mess. But if you don't want to waste it, then an amount more
What did you
like
order
this is more
from
reasonable.
McDonald's?
We used to say the size of an uncooked grain of rice. Now I would say think of whatever the trendiest, most hipster rice you can think of is and how big it is when it's cooked and kind of go with that. If you have a much larger CPU,
A Happy
like
Meal?
a workstation size, or
What does a
server
Happy
size
Meal
CPU,
consist of?
Either spread a thin
Like a
layer
soda,
across the
burger, and
entire
fries, I'm
shiny
guessing?
integrated heat spreader.
I haven't
or
had
check the
McDonald's in
documentation.
years.
Now for the most important step. Everything else you
Do
did
it.
was for naught.
Put it in.
If you do not remove this peel, remove the peel. Now, ooh, shiny. Take that shiny, put it on the other shiny, line up the post with the screws, then give her, but not fully. Once it's caught, I would strongly recommend tightening the other side until it catches, and then tightening slowly in an alternating fashion. You can just wrench one side all the way down and then try and get the other side to go, but it can be a little bit tricky. Puts a lot of strain on the motherboard too. We are done. Well, not done. I mean, it's not a computer, is it? But
All right. Cool. Simple enough. You said nuggets, fries, toy, drink, or instead of nuggets, the burger. Oh. What you get? What kind of toy you get? What was the prize? All right, I gotta put thermal paste. Oh, Sonic. So currently we got Sonic. I got the red one, Knuckles, or whoever his name is. Yeah, his name's Knuckles. Alright, I feel like I'll be good there.
To waste it, then an amount more like this is more reasonable. We used to say the size of an uncooked grain of rice. Now I would say think of whatever the trendiest, most hipster rice you can think of is and how big it is when it's cooked and kind of go with that. If you have a much larger CPU, like a workstation size or server size CPU, either spread a thin layer across the entire Shiny integrated heat spreader or check their documentation. Now for the most important step. Everything else you did was for naught. If you do not remove this peel, remove the peel. Now, ooh, shiny. Take that shiny.
Okay, that should be good. And I'll just put this directly on top. You're still sick? What are your symptoms? Your one shot. How far am I with the building? I am halfway. I mean, I think I'm like 70%. Reason. How's it going so far? Good, James. I got a different CPU cooler. The other one was on the website it said it's capable for AM5, but it wasn't. So I had to get a replacement. But this one might. I have a quick question, James. How do I have to screw this in all the way? Guessing I do. So how are you doing?
Put it on the other shiny. Line up the post with
Always
the
use
screws,
a different cooler.
then
Oh.
give it. But not fully. Once it's caught, I would strongly recommend tightening the other side until it catches, and then tightening slowly in an alternating fashion. You can just wrench one side all the way down and then try and get the other side to go, but it can be a little bit tricky. Puts a lot of strain on the motherboard too. We are done. Well, not done. I mean, it's not a computer, is it? But done.
Okay, I'm guessing all the way. Not hard or anything, but you want the screw to go all the way in. Okay. I think it's good. Trust in Linus? Yeah. He didn't say, but I'm gonna screw it until I feel like there's resistance, and I'm at that right now. Yeah. All right. Cool. All right. What is the other part? I gotta put the fans. Done with that. That's done. Fans. So, James, you've never used fan cooling, I'm guessing. Able to answer me this, but so there's one CPU fan on the motherboard, right? I'm guessing I can use the pump fan for the other fan also. Maybe Linus tells me. Intake, that's outtake. There, and the other one there too. Watch the video.
Enough to deserve a nice snack. Now that we've enjoyed a light meal and a very heavy trip to the toilet, we're ready to put these wire clips onto our fans. A little something like so. Then we lower the fan down, make sure it's even. Not that it really matters, but it matters a lot to me. And pull the clips. Just like that. See? Not going anywhere. Not that it would want to anyway. Look, I brought it a little friend. It's worth noting that this one is not going to go all the way down because it interferes with our RAM, but that's okay. We're still getting most of...
Alright, yeah. I got really lucky and he has the exact same air cooling that I got. Thankfully, my RAM isn't that tall. Let's see what Linus says. I'm pretty sure he says
the benefit of that airflow. Now, because modern day, we need to plug in 1,000 connectors. JK, it's not that bad. All we've got to do is daisy chain together these RGB connectors. You can see there's just 3 pins, so they only go in one way. Boop. Then take this female end, and plug it into where there is usually a header at the top of the motherboard. Then for these other two, you've got a couple of options. Our cooler did include a Y cable, so we can just plug into that and plug both of them into our CPU fan header, but our motherboard has a CPU fan and CPU opt header, so we can just plug both of them into that. Ba-doop, ba-doop. Delicious. Now for cable management. Okay.
That's crazy. Fan, but there's okay, so I can do that, but supposedly it says check manual. My manual's kind of doo-doo, so I don't think it's even gonna say. I feel like it should be fine. Welcome back, Kleiner. Oh, this is what... Oh. I can daisy chain them. Oh, that's what they're saying. Wondering what that was for. Citizenship. My cable to sync fan speed for doing. Yeah, okay, I did the right thing. Got it, and then this connects to the CPU fan. Yep. It is a bit of a mess, don't you think?
I'm just kidding. A, don't do that because you can actually accidentally end up with cables that are stuck in your fan blades and they won't spin. That's bad. And B, because it's not really the time for cable management. Now is the time to do a quick test boot here on the test platform before you assemble the whole system and cable manage everything. It's a lot easier to swap a component now than it is to do it 2 hours from now. And moment of truth, we can see our power button is these 2 pins right here. We short them and it's alive! Well, we don't know that yet.
Hey,
Believe
welcome
it or not, it's
to
normal
the
for
server.
the system to take quite a while to turn on in the first place, especially AMD systems while they undergo a process called memory training. So I'm not digging into my motherboard manual for what these diagnostic LEDs mean for probably at least a solid minute or 2. Oh, well, okay, well, the monitor has to be on. That's step 1. Boom, booted. Great sign. For bonus points, we could install Windows now, get all of our drivers set up, make sure everything's working correctly, run some stress tests, but realistically, you're not that patient. You're gonna put the rest of the system together. Now that you know all the bits and pieces work, you can set these aside and it's time to get back to the build and meet your case. Doesn't she look so beautiful? Just lift up the veil.
Yeah, he's saying that I should put in the GPU and then test it. Bye, Koopel. On League. Why buy? Because you're going to League. Once you go to League, you can never come back. You'll be gone forever. Lurk. Yeah, but is it really you when you're coming back to Lurk? Or is it the you that's still stuck in League? You're not really here, you know? It's like Kleiner being a robot, but this time you're a ghost. Fucking League. You lurk till you're called? Damn, Kleiner. Are you commanding him to... Damn, Kleiner. Man, Kleiner's putting you in your place, Koopel. Okay, this is too big to be doing on my desk, bro. Case looks cool. I feel like it's a big box. But I appreciate it. I think I could have gone cooler, to be honest. I think it will look cool though when the lights are on. Front will look nice. And it is really clean, so I do like that. Okay. There's a bunch of wires here. That should be for the others. Mid 8K Bay. Not sure how I'm gonna show you. I mean, how long are you gonna be here, Kleiner? I can show you near the end. So I'm like, once I have this already screwed in and stuff. I don't want Bay near this stuff. Touches or anything. So, I got everything in the case. I'll bring him in. I can live with that. Your cat's locked outside your room? Yeah. Well, they weren't here anyways, but not letting anybody in. Bro, there's so many cables. I don't even know what all these cables are for. I know most of them are for fan, but... Drink the water from yesterday? I didn't drink it on stream. Sorry, Claire. I can't do anything like that while I'm doing. I'll do it. Promise. Done this off stream, but. for fans. While I'm at it, I think I'll connect my other fans. Gave myself my points back. I can get my points and back and redeem it all later. Yeah. Why is there a random box here? Screw it. It doesn't reach. You guys do this. Such a weird place to put a random box. Accessory box. Bunch of different. Oh, a bunch of zip ties. A lot of different screws.
Toilet. We're ready to put these wire clips onto our fans. A little something like so. Then we lower the fan down, make sure it's even. Not that it really matters, but it matters a lot to me.
Good, Makai. How you
And pull
doing?
the clips.
How you doing? I'm a
Just
little
like that.
tired.
Like so. Then we lower the fan down, make sure it's even. Not that it really matters, but I mean, it's not a computer, is it? But done enough to deserve a nice snack. Now that we've enjoyed a light meal and a very heavy trip to the toilet, we're ready to put these wire clips onto our fans. A little something like so. Then we lower the fan down, make sure it's even. Not that it really matters, but it matters a lot to me. And pull the clip front. And even if we're not a huge fan of the
PC's just for
configuration,
finals?
we
No, it's
suggest
not.
moving maybe this top one to be a rear exhaust or a
I
top
just
exhaust.
put that for the title.
There's
It's
no
not.
doubt that it'll be enough cooling for our rig.
It's for any
Personally,
game.
I like to remove all my side panels and put them aside so there's no risk of them getting scratched or damaged while I'm completing the rest of the build. A safe place to put them is in the box with foam separating the two pieces. Now it's time to track down all of your mounting accessories. These will usually be in either a bag or a box, somewhere in the case or in the case packaging. In Phantex's case, pun intended, it's clearly
Thank you,
labeled
Mackay.
in this box. And nope, this one does not include their little trademark organizers. I guess that's only on their more premium cases. Good luck figuring out what all these are for. JK, I'm gonna help. But before we get to that, there's one really fun step that everyone loves, installing the I/O shield. If you have a mid-range or a high-end board, it's possible that it didn't come with one of these. Congratulations. If you're anyone else, now's a great time to find any of the little pieces that fold back like this, give them a little extra fold to make sure that they don't end up stuck.
Okay, Kleiner. does your film as an image on the top left? Oh, cause I don't have I don't I don't have that camera on me, so I just put a picture of myself. It's just there to be there. Real reason. How do I put this? Welcome back, Kleiner.
Behind your port. Then line it up with the rectangular opening at the back of the case, pushing on each corner one at a time, knowing that there's a solid chance one of the other corners will pop out when you do it.
How do I put it this? I don't really know how to put this in. Well, your PC have RGB? These fans do, but the rest of it doesn't.
If you're not sure about the orientation, you can just check the back of the motherboard and make sure that the holes correspond to the ports. Speaking of your motherboard, now's a perfect time to install it in the case. But first, we're going to do a quick sanity check. Some cases come with motherboard. A fun step that everyone
I don't know how he
loves,
did this part.
installing the I/O shield. If you have a mid-range or a high-end board, it's possible that it didn't come with one of these. Congratulations. If you're anyone else, now's a great time to find any of the little pieces that fold back like this, give them a little extra fold to make sure that they don't end up stuck behind your port. Then line it up with the rectangular opening at the back of the case, pushing on each corner one at a time, knowing that there's a solid chance one of the other corners will pop out.
Push it in, okay. I wanna go in though. So weird. Okay. I see it now, Kleiner. I have to fix that. put it the wrong way. Christmas is soon. What will I do? Turns a stream? I might do a Christmas stream. We can all just, I don't know, hang out maybe. In general. Oh, I'm gonna be with family for the most part. Enjoy it with family. No. Eat stuff. Give presents. Perfect type of food? No, honestly, we haven't planned that far at all. We have not planned that. I'm not really sure if we're like doing anything, like a party or something. I know we're gonna get together, but I'm not really sure what we're gonna do. New Year's Eve? No, we don't have anything planned. Nothing. Just relax. Not really the type to plan things out like that. I mean, I am. I plan things, but not really. I don't get how to put this, bro. Oh my God. How do I put this?
When you do it. If you're not sure about the orientation, you can just check the back of the motherboard and make sure that the holes correspond to the port. A fun step that everyone loves, installing the I/O shield. If you have a mid-range
My mic
or a
is
high-end
up
board,
here.
it's possible that it didn't
I'm trying to
come with
keep
one
it
of
away
these.
from me.
Congratulations. If you're anyone else, now's a great time to find any of the little pieces that fold back like this, give them a little extra fold to make sure that they don't end up stuck behind your port. Then line it up with the rectangular opening at the back of the case, pushing on each corner one at a time, knowing that there's a solid chance one of
I don't know how this guy does this. Why keep it far away from you? Because then it'll be in my way. That's really the only reason. Like the whole case is here, and if I have my microphone here, it'll be at my belly, you know, 'cause I'm standing up. So yeah, I'm trying to finish this, then I can, you know, regularly stream. It's taking a bit. It's taking a bit. I maybe want to build my own PC one day. Everyone says it's cheaper. It is cheaper. It's cheaper because you can find the parts that you want. and then you're not, you know, they charge you for somebody else building it and shipping, so it's cheaper. It's a bit scary, but I mean, it's not that complicated. There's a bunch of videos out there now. Like, as long as you follow the video, you'll be fine. And the good thing about building your own PC is you don't have to build something like what I'm building, which is a bit pricey. You can build something that's pretty cheap, and it will still be really good because you'll be buying good parts. You buy it already made, they sell you cheap parts. So like, you know how my old PC, it's not amazing, but it's been really good for me. I can run these games that are really good still, as you guys have seen. It just doesn't look good, but I can still run those kind of games. And if I only played like shooter games, FPS games, then I would have been fine. I would have never had to upgrade. But since I play different games, I play more story games, I play, you know, you guys know. I play the newer kind of games. I needed an upgrade. So that's why I'm doing this, but you don't need that. You know, you don't have to have that. And then you could also build your computer to you can build it so that you can upgrade it in the future. So you can put in a good part and then plan in the future to upgrade that part. And then little by little you keep upgrading, and then by the time you know, in like 3 years, your whole PC is pretty much new. You have really good parts in there, and you know, you're good. I'd say if you're building something now, it's a good time. There's some cheap parts out there that you can run FPS games really well. You know, you don't have to break your wallet. I know if you don't have a job or anything, it's harder, but yeah. And my first real job, that's when I built my PC. If you build it, watch the videos, follow their instructions, and you'll be fine. And building it doesn't take as long as it's been taking me. It's just I had to replace 2 things twice already. Right, I got this little thing in. Oh, let me do this. Press
The other corners will pop out when you do it. If you're not sure about the orientation, you can just check the back of the motherboard and make sure that the holes correspond to the ports. Speaking of your motherboard, now's a perfect time to install it in the case. But first, we're going to do a quick sanity check. Some cases come with motherboard standoffs pre-installed in the motherboard tray. In fact, you can see I've got 9 of them in this particular case. This is really convenient, but if you happen to have a mismatch between the hole layout of your motherboard and the pre-installed standoffs in your case, it can cause a standoff to correspond to a spot where there isn't a hole and scratch the traces, permanently destroying your board. So we've done a quick count and determined that we have both 9 standoffs and 9 holes. We're going to orient the back of the board with the I/O shield, then keeping this side well clear of those metal standoffs, slide it toward the back, and hopefully, there we go, get it to line up perfectly with our standoffs. You may find this process easier if you lay the case down, but I'm making a video, so I can't do that. Now, quickly install.
Alright. I think I have the same thing as his. The same case. What kind of PC do you want, Kleiner? Like if you were to build it? What kind of PC would you want? Just run games well? Damn, you want my old computer, Kleiner? Nah, joking. I don't know how to even bring it to you. So this is kind of gonna be in the way, so how would I guess I should push all this back. Ship to Germany 2025? I'm sure if I tried to ship my PC to you, it would cost me so much money. And not just that, it would like break on the way. But if you have any questions, Kleiner, in the future, you want to do it, let me know. I'll try to help out.
One screw, and only one for now. There's a couple of quick things that we want to check. First, are there any metal tabs sticking into our ports, preventing us from using them, or worse, shorting them out, causing damage to our board? No. Good to go. Second, have we accidentally caught anything under our board that
I'll keep it in mind, appreciate it. Of course. Problemo.
a mid-range or a high-end board, it's possible that it didn't come with one of these. Congratulations. If you're anyone else, now's a great time to find any of the little pieces that fold back like this, give them a little extra fold to make sure that they don't end up stuck behind your port. Then line it up with the rectangular opening at the back of the case, pushing on each corner one at a time, knowing that there's a solid chance one of the other corners will pop out when you do it. If you're not sure about the orientation, you can just check the back of the motherboard and make sure that the holes correspond to the ports. Speaking of your motherboard, now's a perfect time to install it in the case. But first, we're going to do a quick sanity check. Some cases come with motherboard standoffs pre-installed in the motherboard tray. In fact, you can see I've got 9 of them in this particular case. This is really convenient, but if you happen to have a mismatch between the whole layout of your motherboard and the pre-installed standoffs in your case, it can cause a standoff to correspond to a spot where there isn't a hole and scratch the traces, permanently destroying your board.
Thing's so annoying.
We've done a quick count and determined that we have both 9 standoffs and 9 holes. We're going to orient the back of the board with the IO shield. Then, keeping this side well clear of those metal standoffs, slide it toward the back, and hopefully, there we go, get it to line up perfectly with our standoffs. You may find this process easier if you lay the case down, but I'm making a video, so I can't do that. Now, quickly install one screw, and only one for now. There's a couple of quick things that we want to check. First, are there any metal tabs sticking into our ports, preventing us from using them, or worse, shorting them out, causing damage to our board? No. Good to go.
All right.
Second.
Okay, I checked it. It's fine. There's enough space. The whole layout of your motherboard and the pre-installed standoffs in your case, it can cause a standoff to correspond to a spot where there isn't a hole and scratch the traces, permanently destroying your board. So, we've done a quick count and determined that we have both 9 standoffs and 9 holes. We're going to orient the back of the board with the IO shield. Then, keeping this side well clear of those metal standoffs. He just held it. He just held it. How the hell did he just hold it like that? I thought you weren't supposed to touch the back. No, man. How the heck did he do that? Damn, I don't know. Does it a lot? I don't want to scratch anything.
The whole layout of your motherboard and the pre-installed standoffs in your case, it can cause a standoff to correspond to a spot where there isn't a hole and scratch the traces, permanently destroying your board. So, we've done a quick count and determined that we have both 9 standoffs and 9 holes. We're going to orient the back of the board with the IO shield. Then, keeping this side well clear of those metal standoffs, slide it toward the back.
Just full on holding on it. don't know how he did that. What do I do? Somehow. Okay, I'm just gonna do that.
And scratch the traces, permanently destroying your board. So, we've done a quick count and determined that we have both 9 standoffs and 9 holes. We're going to orient the back of the board with the IO shield. Then, keeping this side well clear of those metal standoffs, slide it toward the back, and hopefully, there we go, get it to line up perfectly with our standoffs. You may find this process easier if you lay the case down, but I'm making a video, so I can't do that. Now, quickly install one screw, and only one for now. Now, there's a couple of quick things that we want to check. First, are there any metal tabs sticking into our ports, preventing us from using them, or worse, shorting them out, causing damage to our board? No. Good to go. Second, have we accidentally caught anything under our board that prevents us from screwing it down? Ah, there, you can see. We've got a cable that's stuck back there. If we tried to screw the board down with that back there, we could accidentally cause a lot of undue stress as we tighten down the one side while this part is bulging out. Also, since we're pushing it down, the last thing we want to check is that through every single hole, we can see a standoff. If we pre-counted them and we know that they match, then if we can see a standoff through every one, that means we have no extras that can damage our board. Time to start screwing. But which screws do we use? This case comes with coarser threaded 632 screws and finer threaded M3 screws. Which ones are for the motherboard? Well, it actually varies from case to case, so there's a couple ways to check. You can consult your manual, or you can just trial and error it by starting with a finer threaded M3. It won't do any damage, it'll just slip out if it's not the right size, and you can switch over to a 632. In our case, M3 is the right size, so we're gonna go ahead and do our other 8 screws. If you're having trouble getting a screw installed because there's a cooler in the way or another obstruction, honestly, the best advice I can give you is not to sweat it. If you've got 8 of your 9 screws installed, that's no problem, as long as you don't have any extra standoffs. Before we plug in our front I/O, let's go ahead and get one of those fans moved.
If I'm not talking a lot, stressed, hoping I didn't break anything by accident. No problem, Michael. I'm still down, you know, once you're back. Obviously, I'm still building this, but by the time you're back, I'll be done. What do you say, Michael? What do you say? Bet? Alright, bet. Look forward to it. The Deson t-shirt? Go ahead, you're gonna have the finals t-shirt and Deson t-shirt. Shit. You're gonna be finals blinged out. Well, I put the wrong screw in there, but I think it should be fine. 1, 2. Wrong screw, but it's loose. Board's not loose, just wrong screw.
Normally, I would suggest removing the front panel, usually by grabbing it firmly from the bottom, but in this case, they are not screwed in from the front. They're actually screwed in from the back. You can use scissors to cut these, but I really don't recommend it. Side cutters are much safer if you don't want to risk damaging any of the wires that they're holding. It's worth noting that many modern fans will have 2 or even 3 connectors coming off of them.
Thanks for alert, Michael.
This guy right here, 4 pins or 3 pins and these little ridges, is for power. This one right here is for RGB, and the last one is for RGB daisy chaining. So I'll show you guys how to hook this back up once we've moved it. Since we're going to be using this as an exhaust now, we're going to want to look for the little arrows that indicate the direction that the blades travel, this one right here, and the direction that the airflow goes. And then I usually like to have the leads up towards this cutout at the back of the case so that I can route it back behind the motherboard tray. Now just tighten these boys up. You want to go hard enough that the fan is held firmly to the case without vibrating or rattling, but not so hard that you strip out the threads. And they are plastic, so you do need to be a little bit careful. Now it's time to hook our RGB back up, and in order to do this correctly, we need to understand a little bit of how the RGB works in this case. It has a lead that plugs into your motherboard to get an RGB signal, and then it has a built-in hub. So we're going to need to power this with a SATA power adapter later, but more importantly for us right now, we need to have a look at how the other devices are plugged into it and daisy chained together. So the first link goes to our bottom fan here, which then is daisy chained into our second fan here, meaning that any multi-device animations are going to start at the bottom front of the case and make their way to the top back if we connect it like this. If we had additional fans, say here and here, for example, we would want to make sure that we plug in this one, then this one, then this one. Otherwise, things are going to end up looking a little weird. Since we're back here, now's a great time to route any other cables that need to make their way to the front of the case as well. So we're going to put our USB 3 over here. We're going to put our power switch right.
I feel like this is like the annoying part because I have to connect everything now. This is USB. Not really sure what this is. Might be USB-C. Front panel. Front panel. Welcome back, Koopel. How's your building? Good. I mean, I got scared when I put the motherboard in, but it seems okay. I just have to connect stuff now. Hoping everything's fine once, you know, it's all connected. I'm hoping everything's okay. I'm following along with the video so I can, you know, listen to the fan video. Yeah, that's what I have right now.
End up looking a little weird. Since we're back here, now's a great time to route any other cables that need to make their way to the front of the case as well. So we're going to put our USB 3 over here. We're going to put our power switch right around here, and we're going to put our front panel audio. Oh, is there a hole there? Oh yeah, there is. So we're going to need to power this with a SATA power adapter later, but more importantly for us right now, we need to have a look at how the other devices are plugged into it and daisy chained together. So the first link goes one, then this one, then this one. Otherwise, things are going to end up looking a little weird. Since we're back here, now's a great time to route any other cables that need to make their way to the front of the case as well. So we're going to put our
I've never used RGB before, so I'm kind of confused, like what's supposed to be what. Really funny to have chilled music in the video in the background while having an intense fight. That's what I'm here for. This is either. Oh, this is the front panel. Never used a bonus FPS? No, I never have. I've been missing out on the bonus FPS cheat. I don't really know what this is front panel, but I don't know where that's supposed to go.
USB 3 over here. We're gonna put our power switch right around here, and we're gonna put our front panel audio. Oh, is there a hole there? Oh yeah, there is. Right around there. Hey, stay in there. Hey, stay in there. Back at the front, here's our USB 3 connector. You can see it's got a little key and a little slot to make sure that it only goes in one way. The most important thing here is just to make sure you've actually got it perfectly lined up before you press down.
So where's this supposed to go? Quick liner. I don't know where these cords are supposed to go. Beer pack.
at the slot. Watch out for this, okay? Make sure.
Hello, this is the Provoked Prawn, and in this video
Back. So I don't know where to connect my cables, so I'm just gonna watch this video on it. Ugh. I got no idea where to put all these cables. I know where to put the fans, but not really for the kit.
vary on some motherboards and some cases. On some PC cases, you'll find that instead of one connector, you have loads of little ones. Unfortunately, I don't have any examples to show of that, but you may find that it's broken
it
into
does.
several little different ones that then connect in the same place. And you can see each of these
really
is
know
marked
why.
P, LED, plus, and minus. So you basically need to line up the cables so that they go in the right hole for the plus and minus of each. It's a bit tricky, but you should find reference in your motherboard manual and on the motherboard itself for that. The next is the USB connection. So there's
Alright, let's start this from the
things
beginning.
that you do on a number of different motherboards, but the idea here is basically to show you the essential cables that you need to plug in from your PC case and from your power supply unit and other things. But I'm going to start with the PC case cables because obviously they're the most important in terms of the power button cable, for example, 3.5mm connection, USB connections, and more. There are obviously a lot of cables while you get to the end of it. But as you see when you open the case up, in this case is the NZXT H9 Elite, but the cables are basically the same from every case that you're building in. You have HD audio, USB, 3.5mm, front panel connections, and more. And all of these need plugging in if the PC is going to work properly. So I'm going to show you where to plug those in and how to do it. And I'm going to do so outside the case with a motherboard on display like this so that you can see where they go and each step of it and get a clear picture of it. But obviously do this once it's all installed in the PC. We're going to start off with HD audio. This is the 3.5mm connection where you'd plug in a
HD
headset and
audio.
headphones to your PC, usually on
Pretty
top
sure it's right there.
or on the front. This runs to the back left of the motherboard, or bottom left. And you can see here it's marked AAFP, but it'll otherwise be things like HD audio and audio connections, and they're usually on the bottom left and
Left. Okay. Does that cover the camera? Hey, this is a weird angle. Welcome back, Koopel. Got audio in.
Reference your motherboard manual because you might find a reference to that. The next is front panel connection. This is the power button, and it also does other things like LEDs and reset switches. And sometimes you'll find it in one single connection like this, marked F panel. And you usually find the F panel in the bottom right of the motherboard, and you'll see that it has HDD LED, power LED, power switch, reset buttons, all sort of put into one connector. Now in this case it's really easy because there are multiple pins, but you'll notice that one of the pins is missing, and
Mine says JB's whatever whatever. Not say any of that. AF. I got it. My bedtime entertainment now? Me? Kleiner Kleiner has indoctrinated you into my streams. Alright. I got it in there. It's called something else and it's all in one place, which is actually better, but
that same pin is also missing on the cable, so it's actually impossible to plug it in the wrong way around. So you basically just slip that in there, nice and straightforward. Now it is worth noting that this may vary on some motherboards and some cases. On some PC cases you'll find that instead of one connector you have loads of little ones. Unfortunately I don't have any examples to show of that, but you may find that it's broken into several little different ones that then connect in the same place. And you can see each of these is marked P, LED, plus and minus, so you basically need to line up the cables so that they go in the right hole for the plus and minus of each. It's a bit tricky, but you should find reference in your motherboard manual and on the motherboard itself for that. The next is the USB connection. So this blue fat one is the standard USB-A connections, and then the gold and silver one is USB-C. So the fat blue one plugs in on the right hand side, just below the large 24-pin power supply cable. We'll get to that in a bit, but you can see that in this
okay. That's not here. I'm pretty sure it's that bottom one. I don't want to connect it because I feel like it's that one. I'm pretty sure this one's for that.
case it plugs straight down into the motherboard, and there's a little clip that basically needs to be inserted in there to make sure it clicks in place properly. Just like in the real world, USB-C can be put in either way around, so that's easy. That's just a little connector that pushes in there. Now it's worth noting, I'm going to show this again on a different motherboard, that sometimes it varies. So you can see the USB-C is still next to the 24-pin connector here on the right-hand side of this NZXT motherboard, but the USB-A differs ever so slightly. So instead of plugging in straight down from the top, it actually plugs in sideways, or sideways on, pushing in. But again, there's a little plastic bulge on that cable which sticks out, so you need to sort of line it up with a hole on the socket. But otherwise, different motherboards, same logic. HD audio goes in the bottom left for your 3.5mm connection, and the front panel goes.
Oh, no, that's SATA. They're for the SATA ones. Pretty sure it's that. Okay. I'll put it where I think it is. I mean, I'm doing this off of intuition too, because they look just like. It has the same like holes and everything. Welcome back, Copel. Stuck in there. Thank you, Kleiner.
Right. Once again, you'll need to make sure your negative and positive connections are the right way around, but hopefully you have this single cable connection. This does seem to be becoming the norm, and it makes life a lot easier in connecting those power cables up. I'm really sorry I don't have a demo of the single connectors. Now I want to talk a bit more about other connections in the case. Now, I've done a lot of videos on how to wire up fans. You can see the NZXT AF120 RGB Duo fans, for example, and I've done videos on in-depth guides on the RGB and power connections on those, so I'll link to those in the description. I've also done this with Corsair and Lian Li and the sort of different connections you need, so I'm not going to spend too much time on that here, but you'll see that you can connect up both the RGB2 and RGB controller and then the fan power directly to the motherboard. So it's fairly straightforward, but it varies a lot, so it's not worth me going into a lot of depth on here. Now I want to show you the power connections. So I've done detailed guides.
There's a connection that I don't know what it's supposed to connect to. What's this? Not gonna lie, I might have found it. Really sure though. Be connecting the wrong thing. Might be RGB. I'm gonna connect the fans now. background music. That's cozy. You guys like it? If not, I can change it. I don't want to put you to sleep either, system fan. I like it. Please don't change it. Okay.
PCIe power connectors. That's because this card does not use the new 12-volt high power connector. It uses dual 8-pin PCIe power connectors. Now we can go ahead and get this installed. All we got to do is line this right now. We need to have a look at how the other devices are plugged into it and daisy chained. These two into the headers right here, and let's plug this one into the one up there. Something you may notice, by the way, about plugging things in the top corner of the case here is that when you have an air cooler installed, it's pretty freaking tricky. So if you have a modular power supply, a good pro tip is to plug in this connector and realistically anything else before you put on your cooler. Otherwise, hey, worst case scenario, you can pop off just to make sure you've actually got it perfectly lined up before you press down, because those little pins in the socket are extremely fragile. Oop. There we go. The power switch is not keyed, and like the rest of these connectors for the reset switch, power LED, and drive activity LED, is not really very fragile. So we're just gonna throw it on there, and the reality of it is, if you plug any of these in the wrong orientation, it won't harm anything. Just try it the other way if your LEDs don't illuminate. Finally, our front panel audio connector is keyed and is gonna go into, oh, look how handy dandly labeled that is, into our audio header right there. Boop. Wow, look at all that progress. Now let's plug in our fans. Usually there are headers along this edge, and potentially at the top left, and that's where they are. So, sure, let's plug these two into the headers right here, and let's plug this one into the one up there. Something you may notice, by the way, about plugging things in the top corner of the case here is that when you have an air cooler installed, it's pretty freaking tricky. So if you have a modular power supply, a good pro tip is to plug in this connector and realistically anything else before you put on your cooler. Otherwise, hey, worst case scenario, you can pop off this fan, take the cooler out, plug everything in, and then pop it right back on. Don't sweat it, it's a minor mistake. Now it's time to plug in our RGB. Woohoo! Let's just go ahead and run it over to, oh no, we already used it when we plugged in our cooler. Well, there is another 4-pin RGB connector here, but don't try to force it. The 4-pin ones run at 12 volts and they will fry any of these 3-pin 5-volt LEDs that you plug into them. Fortunately, we've got a couple of options. Our motherboard, like many modern ones, has 2 RGB connectors. So we can just run that down there, or if you remember, We have daisy chains already. We could just plug this into our motherboard here, and then grab the other end of our daisy chain for our CPU RGB. It's up to you. Oop, just whatever you do, don't bend the pins like I just did. Now it's time for our power supply, which I realized I mentioned earlier, but never really talked about. We've gone with the RM7.
All right. This thing comes with so many cables.
E from Corsair. It's fully modular, it's quiet, it's reasonably priced, and perhaps most importantly,
on power supply units, and this is an NZXT1. I'm showing you the power connections for it, but I'm going to do it here because basically they're the same from PSU to PSU, from case to case, from motherboard to motherboard. The logic is the same and you need to plug in the same cables. So this is a modular power supply unit, which means you plug in the cables you need to use and only the ones you need to use, so that makes life a lot easier. You will start with the 24-pin power supply cable, which is the fattest one included in the box. That plugs into the motherboard 20+4 connection at the top here, and you can see in this instance it's
Definitely not this. This one. I think he just said hi though. Hey Raven.
split into two different parts. So both of those need to be plugged into this. The other end of that then connects up and plugs in to your motherboard. Now I'd recommend doing this with all the cables plugged into the PSU before you install it in your case. But here again, I'm demoing how to install the other end on the motherboard outside the case, just so you can see it a lot easier. So you can see the 24 pin plugs in here on the top right. Obviously don't do this.
Have fun watching Dexter,
in the case before you plug in the cables, but this makes it easier for me to show where they go in under better lighting conditions and making it easier for you to see. There's a little clip here that needs to be pushed in, so it basically hooks over a point on the motherboard and holds that cable in place. That one's the most important because it'll ensure that your motherboard powers on. But you may also need some CPU power connectors, and you can see this is an 8-pin power connector, connects up where it says CPU and PCIe. It's marked on the cable, and it's also marked on the power supply unit. The other end of that then goes clip here that needs to be pushed in, so it basically hooks over a point on the motherboard and holds that cable in place. That one's the most important.
Yeah, that's the only thing that's missing right now.
Because it'll ensure that your motherboard powers on. But you may also need some CPU power connectors, and you can see this is an 8-pin power connector, connects up where it says CPU and PCIe. It's marked on the cable.
GPU and PCIe. CPU. My cords are different. Mine says CPU, PS. What's even weirder is that they're all the same. Okay, I think I get it now. I have more than one though. I think I only need one, but for some reason I have more than one.
And it's also marked on the power supply unit. The other end of that then goes and plugs into your motherboard. Now sometimes you'll find that you have two 8-pin connectors, sometimes it's one 8-pin and one 4, sometimes you might even have three 8-pin connectors. You can see on this one on the top left of the motherboard we've got one 8-pin and one 4-pin. Fairly straightforward. So those two cables that I've just plugged in, one plugs in on the left hand side, the other one then splits into two parts and plugs into the 4-part power connector. So you then have one 8-pin and one 4-pin on this, but otherwise you might use two 8-pins, so you might just keep this together and plug that in. Sometimes I've seen this power connector on the bottom of the motherboard, but usually it's on the top left. So we've now got two main power connectors for the motherboard itself, and the 24-pin and then the 8-pin power connectors. Now
It's rated platinum from Cybernetics, who I trust quite a bit more than the folks at 80 Plus these days to tell me what's a good power supply. We haven't done any of our own testing on this one, but that'll be coming soon enough at lttlabs.com. Now there's two different orientations. You can see that I put it in with the fan facing the bottom, and that's great as long as I've got a case that has a filtered air intake on the bottom, just like this one. Ooh, and it's easy to clean too. But if I had a case that either didn't have a filtered intake on the bottom or didn't have raised feet to make sure that it's getting a supply of fresh air and it's not going to get suffocated by my carpet, then I might turn it around and have my intake at the top. But that would mean that it would typically run a little bit warmer. You can see that I pre-attached my cables, and the ones that I need for this build are my 24-pin connector, my 8-pin EPS connector. Oh, where'd it go? Aha, there it is, my 8-pin EPS or CPU power connector, distinguishable from the other 8-pin by the fact that it separates into two 4-pins rather than a 6 and a 2. So my two PCIe 8-pin power connectors, and finally, a SATA power connector. I'm gonna need that. Actually, I'm gonna need 2 of these, but I have 4.
Right. I don't think I need most of this, but I'll connect it anyways. Really just need one. PCIe, right? I really don't need to connect these. Actually, I'm not gonna bother right now because I don't need to connect. All right. That's a lot of cables. Yeah, it is. Heavy too. Gotta
Now, just to mix things up, I'm going to be using the 632 screws that I mentioned before.
Right. Gonna screw this in. Alright, all you see is my hair. Alright. That's the last thing I gotta screw in. And let me put in the other cables.
But didn't use. Just 4 of these in the back of the power supply, and if you have any extras, hey, don't worry, they're delicious. Now to run these to where they go. This one goes about here. Bleh. This one goes here. Bleh. This one goes where our GPU is gonna end up, right around bleh. And our SATA power is gonna hang out down here. I'll show you guys what we're gonna do with that later. The trickiest part of plugging in these big, long connectors is just
Good night, Koopel. Good night, good night. Thanks for watching.
Just making sure you've got them oriented right. So there's a little latch here, there's a little catch here. Those go on the same side. Line them up, and you gotta really press and make sure that you hear that click. You guys hear that? Let's try again. Click. If it's not clicked, it didn't stick.
Sure. I mean, sometimes they don't click.
Same goes for our 8-pin up in the corner. Let's go ahead and click that back together to make the installation a little bit easier. And then, yeah, this will be a little bit tricky, but nothing you can't handle, you dexterous.
Next important cable is the SATA power connector. So this gives you control and power for things like fan power controllers, RGB lighting nodes, hard disk drive. Splits into 2 parts and plugs into the 4-part power connector. So you then have one 8-pin and one 4-pin on this, but otherwise you might use 2 8-pins. So you might just keep this together and plug that in. Sometimes I've seen this power connector on the bottom of the motherboard, but usually it's on the top left. So we've now got 2 main power connectors for the motherboard itself, and the 24-pin and then the 8-pin power connectors. Now the next important cable is the SATA power connector. So this gives you control and power for things like fan power controllers, RGB lighting nodes, hard disk drives, and SSDs. It plugs into the SATA connector on the power supply unit, down here in the bottom left, for example. And you'll notice that it's sort of daisy chainable because there are several.
Run a little bit warmer. You can see that I pre-attached my cables, and the ones that I need for this build are my 24-pin connector, my 8-pin EPS connector. Oh, where'd it go? Aha, there it is. My 8-pin EPS or CPU power connector, distinguishable from the other 8-pin by the fact that it separates into 2 4-pins rather than a 6 and a 2. So my 2 PCIe 8-pin power connectors, and finally a SATA power connector. I'm gonna need that. Actually, I'm gonna need 2 of these, but I have 4. Now, just to mix things up, I'm gonna be using the 6.
Okay, so. So. That's confusing. And then put it in. Oh, jeez. My goodness, this is annoying. How do I put this in? think that's good. That it? It should be. I just need to put the GPU. So for some reason I got like.
Why are there two CPU power connectors on your motherboard, and do you need to populate both of them? Well, these are to improve system stability and increase power delivery on the CPU. Especially high-end CPUs like this one, this can require 253 watts to power this actual CPU under full load. Now normally when you're using high-end CPUs like these, you would use a high-end power supply which normally comes with two power ports on the back of them, just like this one, two 8-pin ports on here for your CPU. Now some power supplies are mixed with two here, as you can see, PCIe and CPU has two of these, but if you're using a GPU, you're only going to be able to populate one of these, which would be for a low-end system. Now, in most cases, you can get away with using just one of these connectors, but if your power supply supports it and your motherboard supports it, you may as well use it for better stability. It will only draw the power that it needs. A 4-pin connector can do 192 watts.
Alright. I gotta put another one in. It was two of each, so I gotta put another one in. This one I got in, and then I gotta put in another CPU one. I'm very close to finishing though. Two more connections, then GPU, and I'm finished. So annoying. I think I got it.
.32 screws that I mentioned before but didn't use. Just 4 of these in the back of the power supply, and if you have any extras, hey, don't worry, they're delicious. Now to run these to where they go. This one goes about here. Blah. This one goes here. Blah. This one goes where our GPU is going to end up, right around blah. And our SATA power is going to hang out down here. I'll show you guys what we're going to do with that later. The trickiest part of plugging in these big long connectors is just making sure you've got them oriented right. So there's a little latch here, there's a little catch here. Those go on the same side. Line them up, and you gotta really press and make sure that you hear that click. You guys hear that? Let's try again. Click. If it's not clicked, it didn't stick.
Sure. I mean, sometimes they don't click.
Same goes for our 8-pin up in the corner. Let's go ahead and click that back together to make the installation a little bit easier. And then, yeah, this will be a little bit tricky, but nothing you can't handle, you dexterous folks. Now it's time to install our hard drive. We went with the 2 terabyte WD Blue from WD because it was affordable and we needed somewhere to put our games. So let's go. Done. All we got to do is a little bit of cable management.
Almost done. I just need to do 2 more things. And then I'll bring in the cats. Not that much cable management I need to do, to be honest. Together. But it's not messy or anything. See, it would be hard to do this with long nails. Right. I'd say that's pretty clean, to be honest. I think that's pretty clean. It's not that messy. Okay. Let's get to the last part.
You don't have to do a lot, I won't judge you, but think of yourselves like a PC building detective. You want to be able to at least close the case, you know? Now for the big moment, unboxing our GPU. We went with the Radeon.
Let's unbox my GPU. Finally. This took way longer than I was wanting it to take. Like way longer.
On 6800. Is it the most modern thing? No, it's actually last gen, but it's a great value, which has been kind of a theme for this build. And compared to the 7700, it, consumes a little bit more power, but performs similarly and is less expensive. And compared to similarly priced offerings from Team Green, like the RTX 4060 series, it has 16 gigs of video memory, which should make it, hopefully, a good performer for quite a few years to come. Before we can install it though, we need to prep our case for the surgery. Let's go ahead and loosen our PCI slot cover holder thing. Not every case is gonna have one of these, but every case will have these screws at the back. So let's just figure out which slot we're gonna be using. It's gonna be this one. So we're gonna take out these two screws to accommodate the double slot IO plate. With that out of the way, now's a great time.
looks a little lower.
Time to take a closer look at our GPU and slot cover holder thing. Not every case is going to have one of these, but every case will have these screws at the back. So let's just figure out which slot we're going to be using. It's going to be this one. So we're going to take out these two screws to accommodate
the second one. That's hard to tell. I'll be using the third one also. I think the first one's gonna be. I'll actually go off now too. Would you mind showing the cats tomorrow? Yeah. Just remind me, Kleiner. I'll show them tomorrow. Yeah, I'm almost done. How can I understand anything? I mean, I use the videos too. Those are helpful. No, I don't have a headache anymore. Yeah, it's gone. Asking Kleiner. All bitter now.
The double slot IO plate. With that out of the way, now's a great time to take a closer look at our GPU and talk through some of the choices that we made earlier. You saw us pop off this PCIe slot cover earlier.
Hi, Kleiner.
Damn it. Well, whatever, I don't need that. So if you didn't test on the bench, now's a good time to take that off, as well as any display ports that you're planning to use, be they HDMI or DisplayPort. Now there's two other things. Remember when I said that the fan that we wanted to take away was this one in the top? The reason for that is that our GPU uses a 3-fan design that draws air in here. So we want to be bringing that fresh air from those bottom fans and blowing it right across our GPU. The other decision that we made earlier was to use our old school 8-pin PCIe power connectors. That's because this card does not use the new 12-volt high power connector. It uses dual 8-pin PCIe power connectors. Now we can go ahead and get this installed. All we got to do is line up the slot with the slot. Watch out for this, okay? Make sure that these are inside the case and not ramming into the motherboard. Push down firmly. You should feel a little bit of resistance. And then if you want to make sure that it's in, you can just see if this lock at the back of the PCI slot here is engaged. Mine is, and it's not going anywhere. Now all we got to do is find those power connectors that I just showed you. Hope that we didn't, oh no, get them mashed under the GPU. Ha, there we go. And then, just like we did on our motherboard connectors, check for where the clip is, check for where the holder for the clip is, make sure we didn't cable manage them too tight, and plug them in. It's worth noting, by the way, that some folks recommend using 2 separate cables rather than a daisy chain style connector like this one if you've got a GPU that requires 2 plugs. They're not wrong. That is better. But the actual risk of anything going wrong by using one of these is pretty much negligible, and this isn't a particularly high draw GPU in the first place, so I am taking a calculated non-risk here. Now it's time to screw our GPU back in. These are often thumb screws, but I strongly recommend using a screwdriver to install them anyway, because it can be really tricky to get these holes aligned just right and have your thumbs in there like that. So just do yourself a favor, use a magnetic screwdriver if you can. I also like to lift the GPU up a little bit while I'm installing it, because you know it's gonna sag a bit anyway, and I like to see it level. That's also one of the reasons that I like having the power connectors come from the top, and then I'll tension them quite tight to take a little bit of the strain off if I don't happen to have a GPU support. Of course, if you have a 3D printer or know someone who has one, there are like a bazillion GPU supports that you can print out. And is that it? Let's get her buttoned up. Oh, good job, you did it. Treat yourself to a snack. And she still works, fantastic. Not only that, but wow, great job. Your RGB lighting looks amazing. Now, if you don't mind, I'm just gonna excuse myself to the washroom. I think I might have bruised my head earlier. Ugh. Ah! Oh no.
I'm just turning that off. Hi, Mush. Where to plug the power connector in the GPU. Oh. Yeah, I got it. You mean this? Well, you can't see it that well, sorry about that, but thing to connect the cables. Does this come with screws? But it came with a few screws. Watching Linus? I'm watching Linus, yeah. Here's a step-by-step guide. I'm watching him. I got 3. They only gave me 3. Or confused by this support thing. I don't know how this works. I appreciate it, Mush. Well, I'm not streaming on there right now. Alright. These guys have a video, so let me watch their video because I don't know. I don't know how to do this with the screw. Oh, the screw's just there to make it tighter, I think. Okay. The graphics card hit on just for the support of the GPU. Trying to figure out how to do it. Give me 2, and I think this one is for. Should I put in the GPU lying down? I don't know why I feel like that'd be easier. Let's see. Trying to open this. Ooh. I should. It is easier. It should be, right? Alright. Ace, I don't want to accidentally drop anything. Maybe I should put the case on because I feel like all these cables are getting mushed now because just ease part. Bro, when I put the CPU in, I was so scared. CPU's not that difficult. I just haven't done it in a long time. I built one PC 3 years ago, but you know, I just don't want to hurt anything. Okay. And bending if you're a red team. Yeah, I got AMD. But since it's AM5, you know, the board now is the one that's gonna bend. I heard that that's even that's more sensitive. That scared me more. Like if it was just AM4, I was like, okay. Something I didn't even know. I'm gonna put the back plate on just because these cables are getting mushed right now. Damn, those cables are thick. It's pushing back the plate. I thought I didn't do a bad job, but cables is pushing it back. Don't forget to put motherboard battery in. I always do. Oh, it's already installed. Thankfully. Installed. I don't have to worry about that. Jam the back plate. I'm trying. It's pushing back. It's fighting back. Okay.
If I can't get these off, I'll never be sponsored again. By someone like iFix.
Alright. Put this in now. Yeah, the Linus sponsors Segways, bruh. Just does it. I accidentally put the wrong screwdriver in here, but doesn't want to come out. I mean, in place, I guess. Whatever. Now I'm seeing that this top plate is probably not going to even be used, so I'm gonna put this thing. Can't really tell if it uses all three or if it uses one. Yep. Maybe on the side. I'll just take this out. Whatever. Not that much of an issue, anyways. Alright, let me put this in.
Get this installed. All we got to do, test on the bench. Now is a good time to take that off, as well as any display ports that you're planning to use, be they HDMI or display.
How's life been for you though, besides PC? It's been alright. Kind of stressful still. The PC, I had the parts for a while and then I had to return the motherboard. Wrong one. And then the CPU cooler was the wrong one because on the description it said AM5, but it was not. But, you know, I'm glad I'm building it now. How about you, Mush? How you doing? You planning on building a PC anytime soon? Or you got one already?
Port. Now there's two other things. Remember when I said that the fan that we wanted to take away was this one in the top? The reason for that is that our GPU uses a 3-fan design that draws air in here. So we want to be bringing that fresh air from those bottom fans and blowing it right across our GPU. The other decision that we made earlier was to use our old school 8-pin PCIe power connectors.
Yeah,
That's because this card does not use the new 12-volt high power connector. It uses dual 8-pin PCIe.
Good,
power
built mine already. I got that college
now,
stress.
you can go ahead and get this
right.
installed. All
I know
we
right
gotta
now
do
finals are
is
going
line
on.
up the slot with
That's
the slot.
difficult.
Watch out for this, okay? Make sure that these are inside the case and not ramming into the motherboard. Push down firmly. Ugh, you should feel a little bit of resistance. And then if you want to make sure that it's in, you can just see if this lock at the back of the PCI slot here.
Okay. I got it. I like this GPU. It looks cool. It's like simple, but I think it looks cool. I'm pretty sure it's that top one, right? What's this top? I have to pull that down? Oh. Damn, good thing I did that. It is that. Hold on, where's that? No, it's always the top one, so should hate this new manual doesn't tell you anything, just pictures. They actually used to tell you stuff. But much the top one, right? Pretty sure.
Now there's two back.
Oh, this is lower than I thought it was. He's in the way. Trying to see if I have this in here. Damn, dude. I gotta take off all these things. Unsure if this is like incorrectly or not. Okay, at the side, it doesn't look like it's all the way in. It's already 8. I can't tell if this is all the way in or not. Gotta believe it is. Because, like, I see it a little bit high up. It's, like, not all the way, so I'm not sure. But I don't want to keep pushing in, and then, you know. I can get my PC running, you can too. I hope so. Well, give it a little bit of a push, but assume it's in. I hope so. Line up with the hole. Put the other ones. It is 8 p.m. for me. Three a.m. over there? Goddamn. We're up late. I don't know why the GPU and this thing doesn't line up well. I had to lift it up. If I was awake at 3 a.m., I would be so tired. Morning person more than a night person. Because you're not using an LTT screwdriver? Damn, he got me. Alright. Alright. Then connect this. This is actually, I need to turn this. Oh, no. I have to turn this. That's gonna be nasty, but alright. How am I gonna turn that? Wait. Could use this part, not this part. It's the same thing. It's gonna look nasty that way though. The easier way. Trying to bend the whole thing would look a lot better that way. think I have to take the back plate out again. I want it to look. This PC is heavy. That should be good now. Still doesn't look great. Whatever. It has that. Okay. Why is this being annoying? Why is this so difficult to put in? Like not, they're not straight. The I should do. For some reason this half goes in, but the other half doesn't go in. Alright, this thing doesn't want to go in. Oh my god. I'm trying to put this in, but it doesn't want to go in. Try the other half. It's like not even, so it goes in weird. Okay, the other half might be better, honestly. They're the same thing, aren't they? So I don't think it would matter. Went in so much easier, bro. Oh my god. Oh my goodness. Maybe I should have just used that from the beginning. Same with this one. This one's not fully in. No problem, Mush. Welcome back. Just struggling with chords. For some reason, this thing isn't super straight in. That's crazy, Brandon. Don't worry much, that's my friend. He just likes to hate on me as a joke. I'm surprised I spent this long. I thought I'd be done in like 3 hours, but it's taking me a while to do this for some reason. Bro, what is that? So this part of the cord, for some reason, goes in really, like, it's super difficult to put it in. And then the other one's easy. So it's so weird. Tie these together. Also got a friend like that, been friends for 6 years. Yeah, I known Clumsy for... Brandon, how long have I known you? Like, well, I've known you since first grade, but not like we were friends the whole way through, but I've known him since first grade. We were friends in first grade. 14 years? Yeah, 14 years? Yeah, makes sense. We weren't friends the whole time. We were friends. I know we kept close up till maybe 4th grade. Then we got back together to talking, like, you know, every day. Like when we got out of middle school. Teen years of misery, that's insane. Slam my head into my lunch, yeah. That's something he's never gonna forget. I did that like in 2nd grade. Such a long time ago. You're a snitch, Brand. Why you go to the teacher? They didn't even do anything to me too. Like, I don't remember them doing anything. I don't think I got in trouble for it. Didn't you just did it for fun? I did do it for fun. You were just so close to the sandwich, I had to do it. Alright, I should be done, guys. Finally. Look at my PC. Thing's making my whole desk move. I just hope everything's connected well. I didn't scrape anything, break anything. Back plate back on. Or powering on, pray. Oh man, I don't know what I'm gonna do if doesn't turn on. Like, oh great. I really don't know what I'll do. I'll just put it aside and don't think about it for the day, I guess. I don't know. Yo, Brandon, wanna play finals today? Alright, bet. You're on right now? Yeah, I'll be on when I gotta still install Windows and stuff. I asked Michael too, so we should have a trio. Yeah, these cables are keeping this backplate out right now. Go back in. Ay, ay, ay. Alright. Come on. Slide. Okay. I got it. My room's a mess. I got boxes all over the place. Ah, shit. Ah, this isn't snug in. That's why it was weird. God damn it. Why they have to make these cables so fat? Thing is, I think I did a pretty good job with cable management. Okay. Fully in there. I need 4 hands for this. Push this in. Ay, ay, ay. I got these two, and if I just slide here, no. Slide here. Okay. Head out once or interact with a human for a little bit. Your piece good. See ya. Have a nice night. Mush. Thanks for stopping by. Appreciate the company. Alright, I'm trying to think of which. And end the stream. Thank you for watching.